Yep.
Welcome in, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D tale. Last we left off, the party that we follow, the Lucky Sevens, Vanya, Lagon, Kurobe, and Kinwin, along with Zephyr, had made their way through a sort of maze lined with traps and other such nasty things for them to run across, but at the center of it, found a sort of grove. And in that grove was sort of a hovering platform with a sort of waterfall coming out of it. And upon climbing up, Vanya and Lagon opened up a sarcophagus, inside which they found a petrified woman. Without any recourse on how to restore her, truly, Vanya had the idea to use the heart of Rune to see if that would suffice in this case. And possibly to her amazement, it worked. And the woman, her complexion came back, her skin turned back to flesh, her eyes open, and that is where we left off. And so the young woman lies there, sort of eyeing around at the two of you.
Where is this place?
You're
You
in the Twilight Grove.
My. That's awfully far.
Far from where?
Mesomasca.
You're right, that is quite a distance. How'd you get here, of all places?
That's a very good question. As she is peering around, she touches the crystal, the small vial of blood embedded within her. Oh. He's gone, isn't he?
You knew him?
I did.
He gave himself for us.
I know. Vanya. Lagon. Right.
How do you know this?
It's a long story. Several millennia in the making, really. If I might, could you help me get out of this? I'm afraid not moving around for a couple thousand years makes it very difficult to get used to the joints.
Lagan will offer a hand.
Oh, thank you.
They'll both help her out of it.
And you realize that you are several tens of feet above the ground on a floating platform, Arya.
What is your name?
Arya. Arya Lovelock.
Lagan will gently grasp your hand in his. Pleasure to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you. Almighty Stormbringer.
I don't know about that, but thank you. I think we should get you down from here and introduce you to the rest of the party.
I have just the thing. And she's just going to you see the vile glow inside of her chest. The beat of gold light just radiates outwards, and you notice you both are illuminated in a slight golden aura. She takes both of your hands and just floats you both down along with her in a feather fall.
As we start floating, Lagan's going to grab the rope.
It's like, wait,
Ken, when you see that that Lagan and Vanya start floating down from this platform with someone else, a woman with very long red hair and sort of golden streaks in it, in a sort of bluish robe, and pretty much nothing else.
Question: that golden glow, is it very similar to the glow that Roan would use when he would change?
almost
With the-
exactly.
Okay.
Did you stop that?
She says to Zephyr, as he's kind of nuzzling up to you as you're floating down.
Oh, what a good dog. You're so much softer than I could have ever imagined.
What's Zephyr's reaction to her? I'm curious.
She's just like playing with the dog. Like,
Arya, make me a persuasion check. Or a animal handling, actually.
oh, okay. You know, that's not bad. That's gonna be 19.
He's cautious, as is this a first meeting for a person, but he seems to be warming up very quickly to her. Like he knows her. Like he's met her before, almost in a, when in the kind of way that a dog that sees a periodic family member. It takes him a minute to warm up, as it's been a long time, but as soon as she starts scratching his ears in the way that he likes, as soon as she starts petting him, he's like putty in her hands.
And then all of a sudden, her face is getting bad.
Mm-hmm.
Probably.
Oh yeah.
I keep trying to train him not to do that, but stubborn.
Oh, he's so good, though. He's so good. You've trained him to be very kind. What a polite dog.
I've tried to.
Wow. So these are the forests after all this time. And you see she's just very much in awe. She goes around and just kind of caresses the trees as she makes her way through until she eventually meets with Kinwin. And you were Sir Kinwin. Am I correct?
Oh, you're muted, Kinwin, by the way. I don't hear any sound coming from Woden.
I don't either.
Oh no.
Oh no. Try disconnecting from
This-
Discord and joining back in.
No,
No
still
sound.
nothing.
I see the green light, but I don't hear I don't hear him. Oh no, technical difficulties.
This is what we get for not playing for a week.
Wouldn't be a game if we didn't have technical difficulties.
It
True.
wouldn't be a true spiritual successor to Maddie's game if it wasn't.
Right?
Yeah, make sure that you're on the right microphone too, because that's.
Can you hear me now?
There we go.
Mhm.
There we go.
There we go. Just
Must
like
have
just
been
like
on the
Obi.
wrong input device.
Yep.
Whoops.
Same with mine. That's how the stream started. Since Windows updated.
Yep.
Okay, so I just I said indeed, and I didn't expect them to meet anyone up there.
It's a bit of a surprise, isn't it? It is for me too, really. It's strange how the Wild Mother tends to take us to mysterious places.
Speaking of which,
Money.
roll me a d20.
Oh. My name is Arya, by the way. That's a 2.
You're fine.
No.
Pleasure to meet you, Arya. You are also a worshipper of the land.
That is correct. I and the Wild Mother have a very specific relationship. I guess you could say I am. Perhaps in a way I'm like a priestess of her will. At least, I imagine so.
Interesting.
Does she talk to you too?
I think a better way to put it is she speaks through me.
Things are going to get very interesting then, I see.
Never experienced that.
The cult of the Lamb seems to be taking over the group. We gotta say now.
Certainly is.
Meanwhile, we've got someone who serves the Platinum Dragon, and then little me, who comes from a place where worship was never a thing. At least not since I was probably a little kid.
And yet magic courses through you, all the same.
Weird how it happens.
It's in your song, Lady Vanya. Well, not quite sure how else I can best introduce myself. There's so much to really try to explain. But I think the best way to put it is, in summary, Rune, beloved man, shall we say. Him and I are connected by the will of the land itself, our world, Zuviwa. It's a complicated ordeal, but for one of us to have existed, the other had to bind themselves. There's much to explain, and I think, more than anything tonight, it's important that we are best settled. But
I agree.
the most important part, to know for the moment how I know all of you is in fact specifically because I hold Rune's memories of you. All of them. Here. She points to the heart, this strange little vial. It seems to be slowly crystallizing in a way.
I find that rather odd. He didn't know anything of his past. Vague glimpses. But you do?
I do. He didn't know anything of what he was because that was part of what had to be done. I can explain. I can explain a lot.
Coffee, what
Mm.
time of day is it?
It's probably getting a couple hours from sundown.
So we might have enough time to get back to the main camp
Yeah.
with Silver Oak.
To the main camp for the tribe, that would be a couple days. A couple days. Well,
Okay.
no.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember because it's been a little bit.
I thought it was a like a 3 or 4 hour hike from where they were to where Arya's.
It was like
Definitely the maze and things like that took you a couple hours to get through. And it would be a couple
Yeah.
hours to get back out to be in a sort of safe space. From what you can
Right.
tell, this area is pretty safe as well, because it is kind of walled off with with a lot of trees, some ruins that are just kind of walling this section of the grove off. The maze was walls of ruin
Right.
and trees, um, to get through, and so you get the sense that if you wanted to spend the night here, that you could. It would be relatively safe.
There's just a suggestion. We might want to stay here for there's quite a bit to get through, and it'll take several hours.
really wouldn't rather do that in the dark.
But it gives us some added protection should anyone try to sneak up on us. It might be easier to stay here and make camp than to, yeah. I don't really feel like trying to find those traps again in the dark.
Certainly. I imagine all of you had quite the journey getting wherever this is. That said, not to be presumptuous, but I haven't had a hot meal in a long time.
No, I think we can leave that to Kurobe then.
We got plenty of food in the bag, he says.
Oh, yes.
And you are the cook among us.
And immediately he goes to starting a campfire and heating up some coals to make a hot meal.
Lagon sets about setting up camp and looking around.
The only thing you don't have on your person, Arya, is sleeping gear.
Sleeping gear, mess kits. I essentially woke up with a couple of daggers and robes. I don't even have shoes, really, but that's beside the point.
Lagon will offer you his sleeping roll since he never uses it for the most part.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Though I don't think I'm going to be doing much sleeping. At least for the moment.
No. For when you do get tired, I'm much more accustomed to the cold. I rarely ever use
He's
the
odd like
bedroll.
that.
Yes. And you sleep to the sound of storms. I know very
That-
well.
Yes. If you have his memories, then you remember that I would often share my role with someone that is good with us for now.
Very well. I can help cook. Do we have any herbs, salt, spices?
Kurobe keeps stocks of that.
Mhm.
And Kurobe's
Yeah.
already started kind of preparing some of the slabs of meat with a bit of oil and some herbs, and he's looking to sear them in the skillet from his mess kit.
Oh, perfect. Kinwin, if you don't mind, would you join me for a quick foraging venture? There's a couple berries that I'd like to gather in order to create a fine syrup that we can use.
Sounds good.
Okay.
All right, a little bit of foraging in the groves. Then I will ask you to make a. Let's see, what can we use for a foraging roll? Let me look at the character sheet actually.
So,
Also looking for some dope mushrooms we can skillet at.
Some dope ass mushrooms too. Hell yeah. Yeah. Let's go ahead and make that a survival check at advantage, Arya.
All right. Question: does Kinwin have a higher survival roll? Because I just have a +1.
+6.
Okay.
Can Kinwin lead the roll?
You can have Kinwin lead the roll.
I would like Kinwin to lead the roll.
You do have the option to do that. Yes.
All right. Kinwin, roll at
Swallow.
advantage.
Yep. Survival at advantage, Kinwin.
It was only 12.
12 at advantage.
Yep.
Oh no.
Brother.
You need to do better dice.
You find a few. You find a mushroom that is probably about this big, which, everybody can get a slice. And you find a couple berries that you might be able to make a syrup out of. You're not sure it's enough. So you can attempt. So, in the attempt to make these things, Arya, I would like you to make me, let's make this. This is kind of you don't have proficiency in cooking utensils, do you?
No.
No. So I'm going to make this just a straight dexterity check.
A dexterity. Okay.
Yeah.
I was going to
You know-
ask if I could do a performance check.
You know how to make the thing. You're just not sure it's enough.
Okay, that's not bad. That's a 16 on the dice, and the dexterity is +2.
Okay. So 18. Yeah.
18.
You amongst the things that Kurobe also has in the bag for making things stretch out just a little bit longer, a little bit more. It's not a very flavorful syrup, but it will suffice. And the mushroom we have goes along with some of the other vegetables that he has in the bag, and so you're able to saute them together and really kind of bring the whole dish really nicely together. You make it stretch, barely.
Make it stretch. It's a nice little platter. Everyone gets some, like, a good chunk of meat and, like, some sauteed veggies and, like, berries and some miscellaneous roots. And just she shows up with Kurobe and she's, like, all proud of herself. Like, all right. I'm so excited. All right. Thank you so much for your help, everyone.
Meanwhile, Vanya's just been off to the side playing the guitar as usual.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, family dinner, I guess.
There you have it. Everyone has a hot seared steak meal. It's very filling. It's actually very, very tasty. Even if the syrup isn't necessarily a very strong flavor, it's just enough to add just that little bit of sweetness to really complement the sort of bitter herbs that were used. And Kurobe definitely is pretty impressed at the very few things that you had in this particular grove that were edible, much less could complement what he was making. So he kind of turns to you, Arya, and says, "You have a good eye for this."
Correction, Sir Kidwin has a good eye for this. I merely helped you prepare the meal.
If you insist.
I appreciate it, though. And once everyone has had a chance to eat, settle down, all of that,
Zephyr's just kind of gnawing on a thick sort of slice of like bone that that got tossed with. He's kind of licking at the marrow of it.
He's just so excited. He got bone.
Yep. He got sand dog bone, and he's definitely very happy with it.
Good dog. Arya is going to take advantage of the campfire. And she starts swirling effects using the flames and some prestidigitation. As she does so, sort of this illusory image out of the flames is created. And it seems to go along with Vanya's strumming in her guitar. And Vanya, you kind of recognize the imagery. And it is of Rune and yourself dancing at the ball. You see Arya is rather enamored with the image.
She's got a little bit of a confused yet shocked look on her face, but she's continuing to play. And she's, in fact, switching the tune over to what would have been played at that ball for that dance.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of a waltz. It was originally played on a violin, but you've successfully been able to convert it over to a guitar.
And as Arya continues with this image, she begins explaining a bit more of the story. Your friend's Rune. Him and I have a long history. An ancient one. This time is completely unfamiliar to both of us, if I'm going to be honest. Tell me, what do you all know of the Age of Dragons?
Not much, to be honest.
Most today consider it myth.
Yet most myth have a truth to it.
And yet we have met a dragon of sorts.
Yes.
You have. More than what your comprehension has been. Rune didn't know it. He didn't know it among you, but once he too was a dragon. And when she does this little gesture, the fire spits and becomes this great soaring creature in the shape of a dragon that bursts forth into a small fireball. But before he was this beast, he was still the man you know. A scientist. An inventor. Researcher.
Very much like he was.
Old habits die hard, I suppose. He was a man with a mission. One that is very hard to understand. If not he completed it. Such a task, then inevitably someone or something else would. And our world would have been very different. Long ago, dragons, in the age of their empire, still existed. Still the greatest known. The war of dragons and giants raged. Rune was tasked with building a weapon. A terrible one. To design the schematics. And the portal from which such a weapon would arrive. For you see, this weapon was not of our world by any means. She swirls the fire at that point into this horrible vision of a meteor falling and crashing into an open spot right next to the campfire space. It bursts forth into another set of flames that go out and up into the sky. The fire sizzles down at that point. There, in Mesamaska, and in Fallfire, he brought the calamity. And the destruction of his entire race. And who was I? Connected to this man. I was his wife. Once a slave girl. You're like, bullshit!
Lagan is very enamored with what you're doing with your magic, but insight check.
Yes, persuasion check on Arya and insight check on Lagan.
All right, persuasion check, you say?
Mm-hmm.
You're very distrusting, Lagan. Why would she be lying?
24.
What's 18 plus 7?
25.
25.
She's very convincing, Lagan. To the point where you're not sure where the fact and fiction are separated. Maybe it is all truth. Maybe it is all just a performance. She's definitely making it performative, and you're not sure how much of that is truth.
Yes, yes, okay.
So you're the one he kept seeing in his memories.
That would be correct. I did not wish to haunt him. In fact, most of what I was but a sacrifice. There was a deal I made. Very specific request with the Wild Mother herself. Such a calamity should befall us. There was only one person I really cared to save. I wanted him to live. And as hurtful as it was, I wanted him to change things. I wanted him to fix and undo what he had done. But gods work in mysterious ways. And it is not a curse that he alone had to bear, but one that I did as well. We share this fate now. And that leaves me here, with all of you.
From
From
what I heard, the calamity was taken care of over 100 years ago.
And yet, there is a dark shadow that looms over our planet. The effects of such a thing caused ripples across the entire face of the lands.
Dead.
Noticing the imbalance in the land.
Sufi Wow is dying. You feel it, don't you all? She touches the ground, her hands crossing across some moss. She withers away into deadened lands and deserts. And the shadow of death crosses her, scars her. What happened?
How do we stop that then? How do we reverse what's been done? If there is a way.
I'm not sure. But I know that that is the task I've been given. And so I'm here. And all of you.
You said Rune was the one that brought this about, but he had no knowledge of his hand in this?
I suppose that would be more my fault than his.
How so?
The body that he was contained within. That was also his design. At the time, it was intended to be a machine of war, but he repurposed it with the hopes and goals that maybe he could create a variant, a form that could function as a vessel to protect mortal spirits and souls. Dragons are eternal beings. Quite definitely so compared to you or I. And so he started that project for me. And I used it to trap him. In truth, it was all very selfish of me. But all too ironic for he who was a selfish man.
You trapped him in a creation of his own and took his memories from.
I didn't realize that his memories would be stolen. I suppose it is a price to pay when your soul is stripped from your body. But what is left of him became part of me. So now I hold what memories he created here among all of you. I thank you. For taking care of him.
Or
For
like he
teaching
took
me.
care of us.
Vanya, she's just... You see she's actually looking at you with very tearful eyes. And somehow, you actually get the sense that there's still a lot of love behind them. Lady
And she
Vanya.
can't look away.
She gets up and she walks over and sits next to you. She puts her hands on yours and holds it gently. You especially. Thank you. I wasn't sure whether you would ever even know what love meant anymore. You taught him more than that.
That's what he said. I'm sure you know what his last words were to me. I just wish I told him sooner. You know?
I understand. But I think he also did too. There's so much of what he felt. And so much of him wanted more than anything to be able to hold you with warmth the way you did to him. And she herself will actually pull you in for a hug. And she puts her head over your shoulder and just holds you tightly. Thank
She'll
you so
move
much.
the guitar out of the way and return the hug.
I'm sorry. I don't know if he's gonna come back.
There's
I
one
don't
thing
know.
I learned. To believe in the impossible. Even if there is no way that we know of currently, I'll keep searching for a little while. Maybe you'll help me with that.
Wild Mother willing.
I mean, after all, we woke you up, didn't we? That should have been an impossible task. You're here.
It's true. A very unusual event indeed. Dear, I thought I would be part of this planet forever.
Impossibilities happen. We have no way of knowing the full future. Not really, because things can change.
The song in your heart is so bright.
I have him to thank for that.
You said before he was a man of science and invention. Before he was trapped in his own creation. Did he ever have a belief or faith in the gods before that? Or was it just purely science and invention?
I'm afraid that, well, dragons were a very egotistical race. Their kind thought themselves above the gods, if any gods. And in their great wars, it could even be argued that they made gods for their designs and machinations. It was hard for him to perceive such things, to worship anything beyond magic and math and the stars that he calculated and construed.
No, that was not what I meant. I didn't mean... I meant, did he have a belief in the gods before, not a devotion or following? As we knew him, there was... not
I
an...
guess you could say he was much like me. The gods were just a thing mentioned constantly. There was no real belief there.
He didn't believe as I did. He did not find faith in them. He knew that great beings could be made, could be challenged, could exist and be found.
Do you have any of that knowledge?
I have some. I'm afraid that most of my knowledge lies with the Wild Mother.
have a firm belief that maybe... If, as you say, the Wild Mother is dying, that would explain why some of the things she has bound are waking and their grasp can reach further than it has in, well, if what you say is true, eons.
I'm afraid so. I do not know what necessarily must be done to fix this. I just know it is a duty that I have to perform. by all means, and whatever it takes.
Then we'll
I have
figure it
to-
out.
That's an insane idea.
Of course you would.
We kill the old god of death.
It is much easier said than done.
I
Believe
did
if
say
it-
it was an insane idea.
I believe if it could have been done, they would have done, instead of bound and chained and hid him away as they did with Drayden. We know the binds on Drayden are weakening. We've encountered more than one.
I think it might be possible. I'm sure the name Cypher rings a bell with you, Arya, from Rin's memories.
That is correct.
He told me a story about he and his friends, how they challenged it. Sorry. Cat. I felt this little claw going into my knee. Cat.
Ow.
He told me a story about he and his friends challenged the goddess of death and won. Though they ended up losing a couple of their party members in the process.
It's... To my understanding, this is an act that is hard to comprehend. Hard to consider. Even among dragons and giants of their kinds, of our empires, even among their great magics, to challenge a being such as a god is nigh impossible. But if it's been done before,
I'm sure we can get a hold of him and he can explain it better to you. There's much of it I don't understand myself. But if it's been done before and been successful, then we might have a shot. Though what it's going to cost us, I can't begin to imagine.
I would not ask any of you to sacrifice yourselves for this. You've already done so much. And of everything that you've done, because I hold his memories, I'm going to be honest. Although I've just barely met all of you, I care an awful lot.
You should know, asking us or not, we're going to do it.
For the land.
I believe I was marked for this before I ever met you. In more ways than one.
I have a promise to keep anyway. I intend on keeping it.
Thank you. Lucky Sevens. I will be your comrade in all ways. So thank you so much. Arya will go ahead and use prestidigitation at that point to make the fire embers glow, soar, and mystical waves just around everyone.
It's a cool little light show.
And you know what? Vanya's gonna add to that and use dancing lights to add to it.
And as the lights are glowing and dancing around them, Arya will also add in, once again, the image of Rune and Vanya dancing in the middle.
And she'll return to playing the song from the ball to accompany it.
Alright. I imagine shortly after that, everyone is settling in for rest. Is anyone going to take a watch?
Lagon will.
Okay. So will Vanya.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll have three people watching. So, as you might have expected, during your watches, nothing comes to assail you. Nothing.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Nearing the end of Lagon's watch, he is going to cast Spiritual Guardian closest to where we came out of the maze. So that if anybody tried to get in, they've got to go through him first. And anything that moves within 10 feet of it has to make a dexterity save.
All right.
Versus his spell and or take damage. And it lasts for 8 hours.
So this Guardian of Faith. Normally it looks like some kind of nature-based being.
Yes.
But it almost has a little bit more of a menace to it this time around. Like the weapon that it uses is a scythe instead.
Okay. It's still a large spectral guardian.
Yep. And it stays in place, watching over for 8 hours. Seems that nothing of any kind of hostile intent triggers it to swing. As it's still there when you wake up, 6 to 8 hours later. Just about to be at the tail end of its duration.
Okay.
What? You all wake? Refreshed? Long rest? Lucky Sevens, it is dawn. What do you do?
Lagon would go through his daily rituals as usual. His morning prayers and...
I got up early, and as of now, I'm just not around.
While she's waiting for everyone, Vanya's just kind of exploring more of the clearing.
The clearing's not terribly large. It's only about 20 or so feet across. Oh, not 20 feet. Like something like 100 feet. So it's only a couple hundred feet square when you kind of do the perimeter. Most of the sort of floating platform that you saw before and the surrounding area is dense trees. Like, cannot pass through these trees because otherwise there's walls in the way that these trees have just kind of grown over and kind of absorbed into them in a way. The trees around here are massive as well, and so that does provide a decent amount of shade. So it is a little darker in here than normal lighting, but you still get that sunrise sort of look, just a little bit hidden behind the trees and the canopy at this point. So going over is a possibility, but going through might actually be easier.
Whoever made this place sure knew what they were doing.
I think what Arya's gonna do upon waking up is she's gonna go jungle gym up a tree and try and get sort of a vantage point of where the nearest civilization is that she can see, if there's like some sort of like smoke tower or something coming from a campfire.
Yeah, because you're in a place you have no idea how to get out of. And the canopy overhead when you look up is very dense, and so so it is going to require a pretty high dexterity check. So you're going to have to do an acrobatics.
Okay. Well, we're gonna try. That's what we'll do. That's gonna be a 16 plus a 5, Captain.
Oh, 21. When you get closer to, because like I said, these trees are massively tall. It is taking every bit of your frail arm strength, given that you've been sleeping petrified for eons, potentially, that your noodly arms are getting a little bit tired by the time you even reach the halfway point of these trees. But and there's still a lot more to go. But kind of getting above a certain point, you can the density of the trees does start to thin out as you look out. It's it would be possible, to see more of the forest, but as of this height, where your arms start to give a little, you're still well within the forest. You really don't get much of a vantage point of cities beyond here. You see forest for miles.
She stops trying to necessarily look for civilization and just settles herself on a branch. She stares out, just kind of in awe. Wow.
And it's forest for miles in all directions.
This is completely different. I remember different kinds of forests. Sprawling cities built of marble and stone. Great beasts. That held on to their gemstone castles. Now I looked on from the streets below. We're cooped up in a birdcage. This is gorgeous. This is what the world has become after all this time. You can't even see a shred of the war zones sprawled all across the entirety of the globe.
Seems the world has moved on.
It feels strange. I'm very calm and comfortable, but nothing about this is familiar.
It's peaceful.
For
No
now.
dark clouds. Just nature. You hear the birds chirping in the distance. You hear the wind kind of pick up a little bit in the breeze. It's kind of whistles through the trees and into your hair.
And as she's just sort of enjoying the moment, she notices party kind of like collecting and getting ready down to move on down below. Oh, I should get going. She moves her hair and suddenly realizes that it just got stuck in all of the branches. Oh. Hold on. She spends just about like 20 minutes or so quickly braiding it before casting Featherfall on herself again and just floating on down.
Roll a d20.
That went
Off
But
the
it-
table. Reroll it. This is why a dice tray is great, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna put my mouse in the
Yeah.
way. Oh. That's a 5, Captain.
You're fine.
You know, I've been wondering what it is that you're having me roll the d20 for until I remembered. I just remembered.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not gonna know about it. I don't think Arya's gonna know until it happens.
Fair enough. Nothing bad happens.
And she will land next to the camp and get everything set up and prepared. Make sure that Lagon's bedroll is nice and clean. Get it very nicely well rolled up and hands it back to him. Thank you so much for letting me use it.
And you see that he takes it and puts it in a bag that basically does not look like it fills up with anything.
What is that?
A bag.
What kind of bag? And wherever Lagon just kind of moves the bag, Arya is just like following. How does it do that? How does it hold things like that?
Magic?
I am not the one to ask. I do not understand such magics. But,
How much fits in there exactly?
well, you would fit in there.
I
Not
could
that
fit in.
we suggest-
But,
we don't suggest it.
but, yeah, I'm told there's extremely limited, air inside. Not something you want to do with someone you want to keep alive.
Ah,
But
gotcha.
you can put things and people, you can put a lot of things in here. It holds a rather large quantities.
Make an Arcana check, Arya.
Oh, that is. Let me get back to the page. That's gonna be a 13 plus 3, Captain. That's a 16.
You remember vaguely somebody was talking about it ages ago. You don't remember exactly who. But the idea that one could link the space you're in now with an extra dimensional space. But nobody figured it out.
What a curious utility. I'm certain that comes in handy far too often. Oh, could you imagine? Oh, the dragons would adore such a thing.
You can even have enhancements put on it. A friend of ours let us borrow his, and they could keep meat cold for a long time.
Oh my goodness. You could keep...
Yeah.
What if you put it like an oven inside of it? You could take bread anywhere. Warm bread. Good bread. Oh, that is just worth trying. She just meanders off.
So, word of warning, don't put any other extra-dimensional space inside this one. I don't know exactly what it does, but I'm told it's very bad and destroys whatever the spaces are.
Does anyone know what does happen when you do so?
Everything we found out is dead.
Or is somewhere else that they can no longer be detected. Beyond that, I don't know. I'm just told it's very bad. Don't do it.
You've heard of research and developments into such things. As Vanya, you do come from a country that does a lot of arcane research. That the person who invented it, likely some of their staff suffered the same consequences. You've heard stories.
It's nothing good. I don't suggest it.
I understand. But my curiosity isn't quite quenched. What was that man's name again? The Professor Cypher?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. I would venture he might know what it does.
You know, he might. He might be amused if we call him to ask him, though, too.
Maybe I should keep a list.
I'm quite sure he'd have a verbose answer for you as well. He seems rather long-winded in his explanations.
Very.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first brainiac I sat to listen to the ramblings in detail.
No, wouldn't be the first for me either.
I'm quite certain of that, but it's
I mean,
rather mind-numbing. I tend to zone out. My brain only absorbs so much, and then it just... Oh, pretty butterflies. Focus on them.
Recall one of Rune's memories where he's going on a long-winded sort of tangent, and he remembers seeing Lagon just kind of maybe snoozing. Not really sure. But he's definitely not paying attention.
Like, it's just like,
blankly staring off and actually watching butterflies, and then kind of nods off.
Mm-hmm.
One of two things can get Lagon to go to sleep.
While the primary focus of what you see is, you know, whoever's interested in actually paying attention with with bated breath, maybe Vanya. The periphery is where you see Lagon in that memory, just kind of nodding off, and it makes you chuckle a little bit.
No. Certainly. You seem to be more of a man of action.
Indeed.
Kurobe says, piping up.
Well, no matter. I'm only marginally wagered in understanding the science of it all. It's more of a curiosity. I just think it's interesting.
That's fair enough.
I may not know much about that, but no matter where the wind blows, I do know how to trim the sails to go wherever.
I also think that's interesting.
And you're kind of walking and talking as you're exiting the maze, right?
Yeah.
Yes, Lagan will have cast fine traps just to make sure.
Yep. You
Oh,
know.
God. I gotta get past the piranha again, too.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep. The
and
get
that
past the
is
piranhas.
100.
Oh.
It's as we
Don't
start
mind that.
making our way back. It's only 120 feet for the fine traps.
Okay. Yeah, you're aware of everything in the immediate area. You'll have to cast it probably one more time to get past them with no
Alright.
need for checks.
Okay.
But dexterity saving throws for everyone crossing the water if you're not flying over it. Because flying over it is an arcane thing that people can do. Just depends on whether you have the spell or not. I don't know. I don't know what spells Arya has.
I don't know what spells I have either. Give me a moment. Hold on. I think I have something here.
Dexterity, you said?
Yep.
Yep.
Dexterity saving throw. I'll make one for Kurobe.
And obviously,
saving
I make one
throw.
for Zephyr.
Yep.
Okay. Still a dirty 20.
30-20. Okay.
That's 18 for Vanya,
Well, that's a natural 20 for Kurobe.
of course.
Okay.
And then... Zephyr has... Dirty 20.
So I'm just gonna roll it once. And we're gonna call it good. Let's see.
15 plus 17.
17? Okay.
Mhm.
Yep, perfectly fine. So everyone got above a 15, right? What about Kinwin?
So at this point, you probably notice that you're being followed by a falcon. It just flies over the water. And
Oh,
on the other side of it lands, and as it lands, it turns back into Kinlan.
it's a perfectly acceptable
very
use of
long time to do that.
perfectly acceptable use of a wild shape. Exactly. No need to make a save for yourself. All right.
So
So.
basically, I've just been flying around in the air for like a half an hour or so.
Mm-hmm. So everybody who made a dexterity saving throw, you all got above 15, so you all take 6 points of piercing damage. And that's it.
Ow!
And that's it. Because there are a lot of piranhas in this little lake. And they're all nibbling at you.
After crossing, Daria is just going to take one that's like attached to her bottom of her robe and just. Oh.
Yeah, probably should have warned you about that. Sorry.
Well, I mean, I'm probably going to need new robes once we get back to some sort of civilization, but all is well.
All right.
How far away is town?
Town is quite a ways away. However, getting back to the closest semblance of civilization, uh, probably 3 days. Add a couple days if we're actually going the other way to town.
Got it.
So if we're going to Kinwin's people, that's 2 or 3 days. And you can add at least a day or two if we're going to town. And that's the opposite direction.
My wild mother, where did I... Where are we? For context, what continent?
We are on Thradith, I believe.
Argyll, actually. The country of Argyll.
We are in Argyll on the continent of Thradith.
Coffee,
Right.
did Argyll exist several millennia ago?
Nope. It was very likely giant and dragon infested. And it was called something else long, long ago.
You see Arya is just like blankly nodding at you, Lagan. Argyll.
Alright, do any of us have a map to show her?
Oh, dear.
We had one, I
But-
believe.
Yep. I'm certain you had one. I'm just not sure what you did with it. You haven't really made mention of it in a long time.
Lagan is going to stick his hand into the bag and attempt to pull out the map.
I'm
There we
pretty
go.
sure it's in there, yeah. You stuffed just
Well,
about everything
one-
in
one
there
of
at
the-
one point.
Yeah, I'm sure there's still probably about 20 torches, one partially used. In there
Vanya's
as well.
also is in there. Still.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm. Yep.
There's a list.
Yep, you did. You pull up a map, and it's of the country of Argyll, and
Now, I don't know if they have the same name as you to remember, and Lagan will show you the map. And then stick his big meaty finger on the... This is roughly where we are. And
Arya
pointing...
points to another point on the map. Those highlands, they moved. And what's over there? What's that country called?
What is she pointing at?
she's basically pointed immediately at the sea meat, the adamantine reef, and how
Those islands have moved.
apparently.
Where
I'm
did
just
they
making
move
you
from?
all come up with shit on the fly
Yeah.
now.
The adamantine reef is here. Where was it before?
I was all the way on this side of the map.
Okay. I know you don't know necessarily know the continents, but what are you pointing at to say what is this one?
And she's kind of just like examining it in great intrigue. She
The continents are roughly the same shape, at least.
yeah, she's gonna point at Lagan. Where was it that you were? Iona?
Ionia.
Ionia. She's gonna put at Ionia. And this used to have a strait right through to the other continent.
Huh.
Did it get flooded?
That is long before my time. This is how it's been my entire life. I come from these mountains, and he points out to the mountains surrounding the Sapphire Sea.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. What was living there like? What were your people like? You're very large.
My people?
Yes.
What I can remember of them, we were trappers and travelers. We guided folk through the mountains. The nearest town relied on us to help protect and guide any of their wares over and through the mountains.
Wow.
We and he goes on to describe the games that they would have at festivals. For those of you familiar with the Highland Games, that's pretty much exactly what he's talking about. Uh, the tossing of essentially trees.
Massive logs just
Yeah,
thrown willy-nilly.
large stones being thrown above and behind your head. Essentially, the shot put, the caber toss, archery. Uh, but yeah, all tests of strength, essentially.
Fascinating. It's very different. Very different.
No, I don't know what was there before, but that's what was there when I left. I don't know if any of it's still there.
You have a people, society, your own cultures and events. That's amazing. You see, she's actually falls a little bit sullen for just a moment. Miss Amaska and Fallfire are
Way over here. And he points across the ocean to Mazamaska, and specifically, since you mentioned the fire, to Volva from the map.
Half
They're
of the
different.
landmass that you've seen is disappeared from this region, from what you know, Arya.
It's like they've fallen into the ocean.
I would
The
think
meteor
that
strike.
would go with Calamity.
I suppose so. Everything's so different in the world now. I know nothing. Anyone. I'm sorry if I'm detracting. I mean,
It's a lot to process.
You said I needed to cast that twice
Yeah.
to get through? Okay.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
at the, you'll find that after a couple of hours of this, kind of going along, and since you know all of the trap locations at this point, you are able to successfully get out of the maze without any harm. And what you see at the sort of entry point, the camp that had been set up here for the guards of this place, you see that that the same guards are there today, and kind of look at you and say, "Huh, you made it out, or you got lost."
From your tone, I didn't. I'm assuming you didn't to survive.
I think there was a betting pool.
Well, who won?
Me.
No, I didn't get lost.
We did what we meant to do. Now we're back.
With one extra. Who's this?
This is Arya. She's the one we were meant to find.
But nobody else was in there.
Secrets. Upon secrets that even you weren't meant to know. And with that, she's going to start walking off.
That doesn't suffice as an explanation. You're muted,
You're
Spectre.
muted.
I was on my way through. I was just a little bit lost. I hope you don't mind. And she will follow right after Vanya, just kind of like doing these little bows, slipping through.
I didn't see you go through. Who? What?
You can talk to Miss Silveroak if you have any further questions, and Lagan will catch up to Vanya and Arya.
You just see him just kind of... He just kind of sighs and just gives up. So, after interacting with them, you all are making your way back through the forest. The forest here, the canopy is not nearly as tall. It's definitely still very huge trees, but these are definitely very, very much shorter than the ones that you saw in the grove. And so, going back through, it's less dense, it's more sparse. You're actually feeling a little less claustrophobic about the trees. You're feeling a little bit more like you're back into normal sort of forest region, where you're able to find hunting paths and little creeks and streams and things like that. So you feel far more comfortable in this space than in the ruins that you had been going through before, and are making your way back to the temporary village where Kinwin's clan is residing for the moment, which is a couple of days of travel, which doesn't come to you as very hard, given that Vanya is definitely very much used to traveling in forests. Nothing here seems to impede you guys in any way, except for the distraction of a random wild cat that Vanya seems to have adopted.
That dagger thing. Would you stop?
I'm just a fan that he's like kneading your face.
No, he broke character in that one day. Hi. Can you stop?
Reach.
No, what initially broke Specs is that he put his paw on the microphone. I had to remove it. It's a little too hot.
He is. We love cats. We love cats in this stream. If we couldn't tell, I should have an emote that says "baby."
You should.
I should. I need more emotes. More subs. We'll get you more emotes. With that being said, you're able to make the trek without any issues. You're all very capable of dealing with any of the wildlife that my voice is cracking. The wildlife that comes up as maybe things that might pose a hazard to you, but they're easily dealt with, either shoot off or killed. whatever it is that happens. But that doesn't really impede your pace, and so you get back in a relatively good amount of time. In that 3 days of journeying, was there anything else you wanted to do in the woods? Because otherwise, it'll just be travel days.
I mean, other than continue doing foraging for nice seasonings and good resources for better dishes.
Yep, you spot them.
I,
That's pretty
I
easy.
will assist in that.
Yeah,
Yep.
so will I.
Easy enough.
Actually, I think there was something with ranger and foraging like that too.
Yeah, I remember something like that. That foraging and things like that does yield more than you
Yeah.
normally would.
Mhm. Yeah.
So that I'm not even gonna make a check for it because
Yeah.
as soon as something is spotted, you guys are able to pick it up uh, and get a nice supply of
Yeah,
what you're
when you
looking for.
forage, you find twice as much food as you normally would.
Yep. So like herbs and berries and food and things like that. You make break stops, and so when you make these break stops, you kind of do so on purpose in like big patches of just uh, abundant like herb patches and flower patches and berry bushes that are just seem to be very ripe at this time of year actually. And it seems like a good spot to take a 5 to 10 minute break to forage as much as you can, and then you move on.
The
And
entire time through, Arya's like a kid at a playground, essentially.
she's the one that's maybe causing it to cost 3 days instead of 2.5. She's maybe the one impeding your speed, not the forest itself.
She's like, hold on. I need to look at these flowers just a little bit longer.
You do love flowers. Flowers are probably the thing that you find the most beautiful out of nature for some odd reason. Flowers just seem to make you happy.
Facts. Straight facts.
All right. So you make your way back to the camp. Uh, Chief Silver Oak is there and it greets you as you come up to the camp, and she looks at Arya with a bit of awe.
Hello.
I never
Miss.
expected to meet you.
You're Miss Silveroak.
That's right.
Yes.
Chief of the Children of Earth.
It's wonderful to finally meet you. You take care of this forest, yes?
Yes, and to a certain extent yourself.
Really? You took care of that strange tomb that I was in this entire time.
Well, yes.
Thank you. I
Couldn't
appreciate
let anything
it.
happen to you.
I truly appreciate it. I'm confused as to how I got here, but honestly, I'm glad that you were here, both to help the Lucky Sevens in order to find me, and that you were also able to, and had been protecting me this entire time.
I was only doing my duty.
Your child in leading the guards of the area may have some questions for.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm
W-
sure
w-
they'll
w-
come home and be of incredible questions, and I'll finally have to tell the whole story to the whole clan, it seems.
We
Considering
chose
we didn't really just give them any sort of answer.
we chose not to answer, and as a matter of fact, told him if he had any questions, you would be the one he should be talking to. Whether you tell the
Honestly,
whole clan or not is up to you, but I didn't feel it was my place.
well, that's part of the reason that we're even in this forest to begin with. This whole forest was meant as a sort of guardianship, as the story goes. And when the tree started disappearing, that's when I grew concerned. Many generations back is when it started. The forest just started to dwindle. But if you're awake, then that means that's something drastic has to be done instead. Because you were never meant to awake.
Now I'm curious. It seems you might know more about my mission than I do.
Come, let us sit. There's a lot of explaining for all of us. And she leads you off to her chief's tent. Which, again, is a very temporary sort of a setup, because this is not their normal inhabitant spot. This is just a camp where they're settling for now, with tents and things like that instead of the usual yurts. And so she leads you into her tent. It's fairly big. It's really more of a sleeping space, but there is a kind of she's kind of got like a sitting area kind of set up in the around a center, and the center is a small fire. It's at least it's put out right now, as it's during the middle of the day at the moment. But you get the sense that she, lights this little fire as a way to keep warm. There's a little vent at the top of the tent to let out any smoke or anything like that. And she motions for you all to sit on, the wool and fur cushions that are kind of sitting around the space. The sort of blankets and bedrolls that have just kind of accumulated in the space. So, first of all, what is your name, dear?
Arya. Arya Lovelock.
Arya. It's a beautiful name.
Thank you. It is not a birth name.
But a name given to you. As a gift.
You understand very well.
It is exactly what we do here. Kinwin, you can attest to the fact that while you may have chosen the last name Silverwolf, your first name was given to you by me.
Indeed.
When I found you. And you were so young.
Apart from your last name.
Of course. And I appreciate the gesture. But we do a lot of that around here, too. Give each other names, give each other gifts, as is the, nature of the land. Then the land never asks for anything in return. It simply gives you what you need to sustain yourself. And as a gift to the land, we sustain it as much as we can. It's not expected. Just something we've done for generations upon generations as a way to give back. And I don't know all of the exact details, as this was many, many generations ago, but the stories go that a woman was brought to us. And she was... well, she was on the verge of dying. And she had an incredible power, but couldn't sustain herself. And thus, we buried her, essentially. And we're told to simply watch over her. She must be protected. But that's all that I know. And that if she were to wake, it would mean that well, that the land needs a stronger voice than its own for the moment. To stand in for the land herself.
All things taken, all things returned. That is the Wild Mother's way.
The Wild Mother does not take. She simply gives. She has given far too much in so much time. The story goes that the calamity injured her. And she has been slowly dying ever since. Suffering, but still giving. Trying to take care of her children. That they might live.
I believe you misunderstood me, ma'am. When I speak of things taken, I mean it is I who is taken. And now there is much that I must return.
I see.
I do not understand who could have brought me here.
I do not know.
But I do know why I was asleep for as long as I was.
You had to recover your strength.
And I know that the Wild Mother hurts. The land hurts. Though, I'm afraid I'm not sure how I can, or what I can possibly do to change that right now. I believed that maybe, had we staved off and we had things been managed at the ziggurat, at the Lucky Sevens, were successful in their mission there. That maybe the events there and the encroaching desert could be stopped, but I think I might be misunderstanding.
It might help, but we won't know unless we had a time machine. You don't happen to have one of those, do you?
If I did, I would not have been encased in stone.
Then it is simply a waiting game. That I must do my duty, as you all have a duty that you must do. Mine is to this forest, even if you are awake.
I have a question. Perhaps you can answer this, but do you suspect that the other druid clans might have a comprehension of what must be done, if perhaps we all gather them?
That is...
Kinwin has suggested it many times.
Yes, as he has been on a pilgrimage for the better part of the last few months to go and visit them, and so far, Kinwin, you have not seen your brethren of water, fire, or air, have you?
I have not. I've gotten a little distracted.
Well,
Your fault.
But the other tribes may have knowledge of something like this Viggorat we had here.
I do hope that there is nothing like that in the rest of this world. Devotions to the old god being uncovered just means that his influence will rise again.
I fear that there is. I fear that it is rising already.
Well, supposedly, the goddess Ouijas defeated him and caused him to go into a sort of... Well, the story goes that she killed him, but does one truly ever kill a god? I doubt that that's actually the case. But how does one kill death?
That's a very good question.
And even with Ouija's influence diminished as it is now as well, who's to say that either of them doesn't come back in war with each other for prominence?
I would rather not see a war-torn world again.
I don't see as we have much in the way of stopping it. If, as the two of you have suggested, the Wild Mother is dying, what can we mere mortals do to stop?
I think you misunderstand. The world, the land itself may be dying. I don't know that a god truly dies, but she is injured. Injured by the calamity.
If a thing can be injured, it stands to reason it can be killed too.
Well, that's beyond my comprehension.
It's been suggested that gods can be replaced. Perhaps not killed, but bested. What should happen if a god of death bests the Wild Mother?
Then we will have something similar as to what was going on through Ouija's influence. The world will wither. Memory of the past will disappear. It is said that Mesomaskins have no written record of their history. Mesotopians care very little for what happened in the past. As if it never existed.
A world of callous death. Death of hope. Passion. People.
And everything will wither. A husk. And all that's left is barren wasteland.
I've heard it said, those who forget their pasts are condemned to relive them.
And Mesomaska and Mesotopia as a whole has done that several times. It's as if they're waking up now that Weedrath is diminished. And the whole world, and as a result, is fascinated with the past. Even in the last 100 years, so many discoveries. So much has gone on in this world. It's hard to even quantify it. It's hard to even examine it, because the next thing you know, something else was dug up, revealed. The scientific community will have eons of research ahead of them.
And even then, it'll probably never likely to stop.
Not if we keep uncovering what is buried. But I have hope. I have hope that we are on the recovery end. That we're witnessing the rebirth of our world. I would hate for it to be stifled. And I think that's what you're here to do, Arya.
To help guide the rebirth.
Or prevent its death. I can't explain it. But I am simply in awe of you.
And I am in awe of everything. It's funny you mention rebirth. I feel like I'm stumbling around like a toddler, learning everything for the first time.
It doesn't surprise me. A childlike wonder.
I'd seen this world be nothing but barren, scarred land. And what resources built into cities of refined gemstone, marble, and fire. I had seen giants walk in the clouds, bring storms that scorched the earth. Demons rise from the cracks. I watched it all from a birdcage. Most of my life I had spent being a pet. Now I exist here, like this, as a result of finally choosing for myself. The small gifts that I was given. I can't do anything without understanding the world that I'm in.
The Children of Fire. They reside far north in the continent of Ionia, around a rather large volcano. Give me a moment, I forget what it's called. The Obsidian Peak. A giant spire in the land, flowing with lava from time to time. And our brethren live in the caldera.
That just seems dangerous.
That's beyond dangerous.
Well,
Arya just flips to Kenwyn. Well then, I do believe it's very important that we go say hello to your kin.
Indeed.
well, this is definitely something that you should do as the future chief of the Children of Earth, Kinwyn, as you and your wife will be taking over as soon as I am dead. As the ritual we have.
That would not be for very long.
Oh, we'll never know. Oh, you never know.
Wait, you're married?
Oh, yes.
Oh, his wife is a lovely person.
It was an arranged marriage to a daughter of the leader of the Beast Tribe.
What? Why haven't I met her yet? Wait, I just barely met you.
Yeah, I've only seen her once in like the past year.
She is around.
She wasn't here when we first came through with Rune, Arya. So Rune never got a chance to meet her.
I see.
She too, like our Kinwyn here, is on a pilgrimage as well.
Her first stop is the Children of Water.
Well, that's disappointing. I would have liked to have gotten to know your wife.
She is still around. I'm sure she's gathering herbs or something, gathering food. She's off on a hunting
still
trip.
Here?
Well, she's off on a hunting trip for the moment, but she should be back before dusk.
I think it's necessary that I meet her. I mean, if the husband is all right with that.
Sure, why not?
Oh boy. I do love a good romance.
Well, Kenwyn and Otha have, like we said, it was arranged, but there have been times that they've met each other as kids, and, well, Kinwin can speak to his own feelings about his wife.
What does Kinwin think of his wife?
It's pretty amazing.
Oh, that's very good to hear. Your
He's a-
silence had me worried for a moment.
He's always been very awkward around the girls anyway. Haven't you, my boy?
Indeed.
Arya just leans towards Vanya and whispers, I don't think I've ever seen the man flirt, have you?
I have. He made Rune seem like a natural.
No. Okay. Do you think they've ever gone on a date together? Should we
Hard to
make
say.
sure they go on one? I mean,
We should.
Sir Kinwin is going to be gone for a while. I think it would be necessary if they have the chance to meet again. Maybe they should have a moonlight little
I agree.
arrangement.
I
Yes.
agree.
Oh, so good.
Kinwin, you absolutely hear them. They're not being very quiet.
You hear Lagan
Little do they know.
in your ears.
We're all in just this yurt.
I believe, and he's whispering, I believe Miss Silver Oak is implying that if it had not been arranged, he'd not be married.
Arya just hides herself with her brain.
Kinwin just sitting
What,
here
what?
like a chill ass motherfucker.
But Vanya's gonna lean back over to Arya, like, well, there was the last time that we were here before we went to find you, where he did come out of a tent with her. They were still kind of messed up, so.
What?
Maybe.
Arya just stands up. No! Oh my. By the Wild Mother. All right. Look, Sir Kinwin, I have to make a point. You cannot treat a lady to a midnight rendezvous without first taking her out to a proper dinner.
You seem fine with it.
Fine? Oh, please. Wild Mother, help this man. Miss Silver Oak, I need to know the best locations with a view. Within this entire forest. Right now. I also need to know where I can find this specific list of ingredients. We need the proper roots of this variety. It's like Arya just starts going into this list.
Well, I'm sad to say, my dear, our farming efforts are done for the year. You won't find those things.
But I can try.
You won't find them in abundance, but you can certainly try to forage.
It is worth a shot. It is worth every shot. Sir Kinwin, you are going to take your lady out on a proper date.
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe that is where we are going to take a quick break. Refresh ourselves, get drinks, and we will be back shortly with more of this nonsense. We'll be back soon, everybody.
Nonsense, he says.
Nonsense indeed.
Welcome back, everyone, to Rebirth, a D&D tale. Episode 35. Where we had left off, the Lucky Sevens and their new companion, Arya, were just meeting with the chief of the Children of Earth, this clan that Kinwin belongs to from the Twilight Grove. Learning some more information about what possibly Arya is doing here, how she got here, and why she's awakened. Well, speculation has begun to stir. But the other thing that began to stir as well is that Arya was incredibly fascinated to learn that Kinwin is in fact married. And thus, as the hunting party that Otha Silverwolf was a part of comes back towards the camp to bring back what they've collected, she among them, you're welcome to interact with the hunting party as you see fit, because you can see they are just arriving. And it is sort of close to dusk when they do arrive, and so people are beginning to get things prepared for the large communal meal for the evening. And get everything prepared, get everything set and ready, so that everyone can have their fill of what is made. It looks like they've brought back a deer of some kind. They've brought back some bags of foraged goods, and it looks like one of the other members of the clan has brought out some kind of dough that they're looking to bake as well, to prepare a bread, like a flatbread, to go with it. And since there's not a whole lot in the way of storage here, it must be prepared and then made the same day. So they've collected around the sort of brick oven that they've made out of clay bricks that they could also tear down should they need to, and have begun to get things ready to throw everything in to cook.
So, how are we going to get those two alone for like a few hours?
That is a very good question. Don't know much about this tribe, unfortunately. This is only the second time we've really been, well, third time we've been among them. Each time it's only been for like a night.
The last time we were here was longer. We had to become part of the tribe, remember?
Yeah, fair enough.
My observations is, they're probably not like what you're used to. A lot of their, goings-on are, communal in nature.
I think I have an idea to get Kenwin alone with his bride. And it involves me introducing myself to her while I'm busy distracting her and the rest of everyone else. I'll have you two sneak off with the main course. We'll leave a breadcrumb trail out across the forest, and then we'll have Kinwin and his wife go after it. Does that sound like it'll work?
Maybe.
I'm like hearing all this like last time.
I don't know, ladies. Are you trying to keep it a
Definitely,
secret?
definitely trying to keep it secret.
Okay.
Yep.
Then I would say make a deception check, each of you.
Oh, each of us.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
And Kinwin, you can make an insight check.
That is a dirty 20.
Nice.
$22.
Oh, god damn it. 13.
Absolutely. They're being a little
One-
too rambunctious and a little too excitable.
The one fucking time you dice work.
You-
That's what you said, so I got a new set I just got today called Rainforest.
That's fair. That
Okay,
also
but,
figures.
That new dice smell.
When it rainforest, it pours.
I'm just gonna think to myself that, I can probably just ask her to go out there, but I'm just gonna pretend I didn't hear any of it.
Okay. He's going to pretend he didn't hear. He's just going to go along with it. Okay. Kinman seems distracted. Otherwise, ladies.
All right. Arya, at this point, is going to go up to Kinwin. Sir Kinwin, if you could, out of this group, who is your wife? What is her name? I think it is due time for formal introductions.
Of course. I'll go introduce you to her.
Oh, perfect.
All right. And she's one of the ones who is setting up and butchering the animal that they've brought. And she's covered in animal blood at this point. She's not exactly the most attractive being in the entire world at the moment. But she is
There's you.
doing her diligent duty. And what you see, Arya, is a very tall woman. She's Furbolg in nature. She has a long set of very thick, sort of dreads hanging out of her hair. Her ears kind of perk up as you start to approach, and her sort of almost bovine face, very flat in nature. She kind of smiles very brightly at you. Her ears kind of twitching as you do. She's wearing she's essentially just wearing a tunic at the moment, since she is doing a very messy job, and she's kind of arms deep in the animal as you walk up, and she kind of just smiles at you. Oh, hello.
Hello, I'm just barely getting to know you. My name is Arya. You are
Oh.
Kinwin's betrothed. What's your name?
My name's Otha, and
Otha.
we are married. Betrothed implies we are meant to be married.
Understood. It's very nice to finally meet you. I was absolutely astonished to hear that Sir Kinwin was even married at all. The man barely speaks.
He is a very quiet individual, aren't you, darling?
Indeed.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Arya. I would shake your hand in a customary fashion, but
I got this. And she uses prestidigitation to whip the blood off of her because he can use it to clean clothes.
oh my goodness.
It's such a handy, stupid little spell.
And she kind of, with the flick of a finger, almost seems to make a sort of white flower kind of appear out of nowhere and hands it to you.
Oh, it's beautiful. Thank you. What bloom is this?
Thank you. It's a lily.
A lily.
They grow near waters. It kind of reminds me of you. Your sort of pale complexion.
Oh, thank you. I always find flowers to be so gorgeous. Lilies. I've seen them around, but well, they always look so fragile, so I'm afraid to touch them.
Well, with the gifts of nature, one can sometimes cause one to spontaneously grow. She grows another one in her hand.
Oh, gorgeous. And Ariel will go ahead and take the one lily that she received and put it in. What was her name again? Or
Otha.
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 She'll go ahead and take the lily that she received and put it in Otha's hair delicately, just weaving it between her locks and just kind of like propped up behind to her little bovine ear.
And she does the same for you, kind of curling it in a kind of golden streak in your hair.
You say the lily reminds you of me, but in truth, I think they suit you far more.
Well, you're too kind. It's a pleasure to meet you, Arya. Are you a visitor? Or is she traveling with you now, Kinwin?
I believe so. We just met her recently. She's a new friend.
A friend of Kinwin's is a friend of mine.
Oh, that's very good to hear. I'm glad to know that I've got so many wonderful people that I've gotten to meet thus far. If you could, I was wondering if maybe you could perhaps show me a bit around the campsite right now and what sort of activities we're doing. Maybe there's something I can do to assist with preparation.
Oh, we've got plenty of hands. You don't need to trouble yourself.
Oh no, please, I insist. I don't quite feel right if I'm not being able to partake in some of the activities, at least help prepare. And she actually will just start, leading Otho away, just by the small of her back, and walking along. So how long have you and Kinman known each other for? And at this point, she just, very subtly will try and, to, the best of her subtlety, wink at Gun and Vanya. Get it out!
Thank God Vanya's got a high insight.
Make a stealth check, Arya.
Oh, God damn it. On the floor again. Where'd you go? I think I need a dice tray.
Yeah.
Let's make that happen, Maddie. Let's get Spectre a dice tray.
Dope. Okay. Initial roll is looking dope. We have a 16 plus 2.
Okay. 18.
Mm-hmm.
What's your passive insight, Vanya?
16.
22.
Lagan will pick it up faster than you do.
Yep.
Oh, then you're like, oh. And so you've Arya, you've guided Otha away from the cooking station, where someone's already come in and come to claim to start doing the work that she was doing there, with the very large butcher knife. And so they continue where she left off, and she goes along with you. We've known each other most of our lives, she says to your question.
I understood you've known each other since childhood. Has that been... What exactly is the history there, if you don't mind me asking? Was everything like how did the arrangement partake? Was it parents or...
Well, our two tribes are very much intertwined, as it were. It's been a long-standing sort of relationship between the children of Earth and my tribe that, on the occasion that our tribes mingle. And from time to time, we would visit one another. I'm from across the mountains, the Kinos Hills. My tribe kind of resides there for the most part. I was chosen as Kinwin's wife, as periodically throughout the early portions of our lives, we would, do as kids do, and play in the grass and talk, and we were very good friends. Have been very good friends for a long time, and always pleasant to see one another, and so it just seemed natural, since he is the son of the chief.
And is it only that, or would you say you make each other happy?
I do care about him. It is a bit estranged, since we haven't seen each other for a long time, but I don't think it would be hard to rekindle anything, as once the arrangement was announced in our teen years, and we became romantically involved, as one does as a nomad. It's just seemed to fit, and I'm happy with it.
That's very good to hear. And she takes Otho's hand in hers, both of hers like so. And she just gives a very warm, glowing smile. It's good being with someone that you care and love.
He is a little awkward at times, but I find it very, very, very cute.
I'm glad someone does.
He's always been a little shy and a little awkward around new people. But once he warms up, he's actually very kind.
If there's one thing I have learned about Sir Kinwin, is that kindness is probably the most natural thing to his actions.
Man wouldn't hurt a fly if it meant it would be a detriment to someone else.
Yes, a lot of honor in that. And Arya's just gonna look to see if maybe Vanya and Lagan made off with the deer yet, or something.
Vanya?
What's going on over there?
Yep, Vanya, Lagan, what are you two doing?
They will try to get it before the other person got there.
Okay, so you...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Trying to get there and assume the job before this other person does. Okay. Then I would like just a dexterity check for both of you. See how quickly you can... Well, actually, let's make it an athletics check. See how quickly you can run up to it.
Okay, athletics.
This is going to be opposed from the person who's actually kind of in the area already, so...
Yep. Dirty 20.
Wow. 25.
Okay.
Natural 20.
Okay. You guys are...
So, whatever Vanya is going for, Lagan is going for the knife and trying to go the opposite way.
Mm-hmm.
Split up the components and make it harder for them to catch, so...
All right. You're
Just see it every time. Like, Vanya comes over, taps on the guy's shoulder. He turns around. Lagan sweeps like half of the deer right in front of him while he's turned around. And then Lagan comes back around and just like carrying it, taps on the guy's other shoulder. He turns around, Vanya.
I definitely love that visual. I think I'm going with it. Yes. Absolutely. Yes. So, with a little bit of a sly tap on the shoulder here and a tap on the shoulder there, you successfully swipe away the the main side of this animal that they planned on cooking tonight, and while the other half had already been, cleaned and dealt with and everything to be put away for another time, or maybe for some drying, for some jerkies or something like that. So you're making off with it, and baffled by the stunt that the two of you have pulled, this poor individual with the seems to have lost both the butcher knife and the side of deer that he had just been slicing into. And he's kind of asking around. It's like you see him kind of asking the other members of the kind of cooking party that's going on here, and they're like, they're looking at him dumbfounded, like, what the fuck?
And Arya just like peeking over her shoulder every 5 seconds. She's gonna be like, "Oh my goodness! Oh no! It looks like the dinner has been lost." Otha, Kinwin, you two should probably go and seek out whatever sort of creature might have taken it. And she just like grabs them both, pushes them forward. You must hurry. We'll be getting the rest of the dinner ready. Don't worry, I have everything covered right here. If you need me to do a deception check, I want to do instead performance. I'm putting on a show.
Yes, you are. Then make that roll for me.
Yes. It's the best fucking. All right. So, that's going to be a 13 plus 7.
Nice.
So dirty 20, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Dirty 20. That's my best score.
And that's better than her 11. She may not believe that this isn't entirely a setup, but she also is having fun. She thinks that this would be a fun little side adventure that that you guys cooked up to, and the dinner may in fact be in danger of disappearing into the forest if somebody doesn't go fetch it quickly. So Kinwin, she does start to walk with you towards the direction in which people think that it might have walked off in. Oh. Well, how are you doing, Kinwin?
Great. I have a feeling tonight should be fun.
I have no doubts. I have no doubts at all. Given the sort of showmanship that your friend Arya has, I imagine nothing is going to be bland ever again.
You guys have a way about it.
She is very pretty, and she's very boisterous. I hope she doesn't sweep you off your feet. She says a little jokingly.
Certainly not while you're around.
I forget you do like tall women, don't you? So, where do you suspect that it might have gone off to?
I believe I overheard them saying they were going to leave a trail of crumbs leading to it.
So this is indeed a setup. Oh, goodness.
Yes. I thought it might be fun to go along with it.
I thought so, too. Ah, you have some fascinating companions.
Indeed.
Well, since we are alone, was there anything that you wanted to say or do?
You look especially lovely tonight.
Well, thank you. I do hope that I wear the flower very well.
Yes, you do.
You're so awkwardly cute.
I don't know quite what to say in these situations.
It's always kind of been that way, though. I don't think that, I don't think you should change that. Being slightly awkward around the ladies has always been a thing I found adorable. So, keep it up. And she gives you a little bit of a smack on your butt.
I know it.
Eventually, following the crumbs that the others have expertly left behind, you do find the the half butchered animal, and it was kind of out in the open, so it could have easily been taken by another animal if you hadn't got to here as quickly as you did. And Otha just kind of picks it up with one hand and kind of slings it over her shoulder. She's always been very strong, and just kind of hangs onto it. It's kind of dripping all over her tunic. Now her pristinely clean tunic is now getting destroyed again. But she's got she's got it kind of slung over her shoulder for now. I suppose we should get back.
I believe the idea was to have a private dinner ourselves.
This is a whole side of deer.
It seemed to grab a lot, yes.
But having a private dinner would be lovely. If that is indeed what you would like.
I would love it indeed.
Then I think once dinner is done, you and I should grab a bowl and find ourselves alone.
Sounds like a plan.
She gives you a little kiss on your forehead. Little do they know that we've already kind of set on this path here, huh? Given last night, or the other night.
Yeah.
And with that, the two of them make their way back towards the rest of the camp. And Lagon and Vanya, you probably had found yourself a hiding spot, keeping an eye on this side of deer, that so that it didn't walk off on prematurely.
Exactly.
Kind of watching the two, Kinwin and Otha, kind of be a little bit awkward.
Bonnie is certainly going to report it to Arya
Hmm.
when they meet back up.
And so everyone does meet back up. Otha does finish with the with taking apart the meats and separating it out from the from anything that wouldn't be edible. And
I want to make a point. Arya has expertly made a braided challah bread, and quite a few of these loaves made for the whole for the whole group from the dough that they initially had, and she's just like, "Ta-dun."
the braided
Lagan
dough.
will make
Yep.
sure. Lagan will make sure that he returns the knife to the butcher.
It's a whole. I also want to make a point. When you say returns the knife, he means a whole entire butcher knife. It's like a fucking cleaver, but to him, it's just a knife.
Yes, it is. It is a butcher knife. It is not small by any means, but it kind of looks a little dwarfed in both Otha's hands and in Lagan's hands. Both of them being somewhere around 7 foot, 7'5", and so the it is very clear that that Kinwin is very small compared to Otha. She's about Lagan's height, and Lagan stands nearly full upper torso taller than Kinwin. So Otha is that tall as well. So when she kneels down to kiss him on the forehead, she does kind of squat quite low to get his forehead. And so the food is made, braided bread and all, and it's kind of a stew with meat and vegetables, with bread on the side.
Nice braided bread, and everyone's just like, "What's this?" And they begin scooping it out for bread bowls. And Arya's just like heartbroken.
Some are doing bread bowls. Some are using it as a scoop to get like chunks and broth into their mouth. It's a very hands-on sort of meal. People don't use utensils in this particular clan, so most everything is eaten by hand.
I have miscalculated.
You'll get used to it.
Maybe I should actually ask people how they eat before I try and make them food.
That'd be a smart thing.
How did it go, by the way? How'd you...
She gives a full report on what they had seen.
Including that they were fully aware that this was a setup.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I thought we were being sneaky. Well, no matter. We achieved the initial goal, and that was to make sure that they went on a date. I think this constitutes as a date.
It does.
And as Otha has, made sure that everyone else gets their fill before actually going into the stew pot and grabbing some stew and bread for herself, she goes. She kind of clasps you on the shoulder a little bit, Arya, before stealing her husband away.
Be safe. Have fun.
Have fun.
They're so cute. Ah, I'm so happy for them.
I told you Rune was more than that girl.
Falling in love is such a rare thing. It's such a beautiful thing. No. Well, I feel accomplished with my activities today.
That's fun. I'm sorry, buddy. I threw him under my pillow and he slipped off onto the floor.
Oh, baby. Yeet. Let's get some yeets in the chat. But, Kinwin, unless there's something specific that you had in mind for your little date with Otha, it'll go along swimmingly. And if there's anything that you wanted to say or do with her alone, you are welcome to.
Not really. I just figured that would happen off screen.
Yep. She's absolutely in the mood to rekindle things again. And that is a fade to black on those two. So, dinner is finished by most everyone. And Kinwin and Otha are still out somewhere, wherever it is that they went. And so that leaves Kurobe, that leaves Arya, that leaves Vanya and Lagan and Zephyr here to interact with the rest of the tribe if they wanted to. Or you could turn in for the night.
Lagan would
Arya
talk
will
to
find.
Arya. Sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
You've said more than once you were kept in a cage. You being literal? Metaphorical?
Well, I wish it was metaphorical.
You were literally kept in a cage. For how long?
Seemed like forever.
Lagan, do you care to come sit with me alone for a minute?
Of course.
Thank you. Arya will lead him away to a nice log with vantage over the expanse of River Point or Lakeside View or such. Somewhere that they can just sit quietly and talk for a moment.
Plenty of spots like this. Next to a stream.
You would see Lagan actually sit on the ground, so he's closer to eye level with you.
Back long ago, there weren't very many opportunities for mortals to exist in the ways that they do now. I feel like a child at a playground most of the time.
You've never seen one that looks like Lagan. Much less that looks like Kinwin or Vanya.
I've never seen people such as you. Pointed ears and kind faces. That's all very new things to me. The first time I was truly introduced to anything like that was when I did meet Rune. The thing is that during those ancient times, now ancient times, people such as I were born in cages and lived in them and died in them. We were slaves for labor and for war. creatures and beings that were nearly godlike. Now, by no means did we have the power to deny them, to fight against them. I could have never predicted that the effects of the calamity would make way. For there to be so much life and joy. For there to be happiness like this.
Take
I
the
thought-
joy where you can find it.
It was few and far between back then. Aria. That's the name. It's the name of a songbird. It's the name of a pet that lives to entertain, to muse and sing to powerful diplomats and monstrous gazes. But it's also the only name I've ever known.
You see,
I can't hear anything if you're talking.
no, Lagan is quietly listening to everything you have to say.
She looks down at the waters and just sort of shuffles her feet around for a moment. I want to protect this world. Because everything I knew before was... well... everything I knew before was... dark and difficult world. And I only really, truly had a chance for freedom, to understand it. When Rune took me in.
You knew him as Ryujin.
Ryujin.
As you stare into the water, Lagan will reach in and pick up a stone about the size of his hand. And is going to cast Stone Shape.
Hmm.
And he's going to make it, other than color, the spitting image of Rune. In every detail that he can.
With the aid of the magic, you are able to easily sculpt this stone into whatever shape you desire. The shape you see in front of you, Arya, is of that machine. That machine that you essentially locked him in to save his life.
As he's bent over doing this, you will catch the faintest glow of those eyes peeking over the back of his neck. It doesn't give off any real light. It's just the impression of the artist, with as much detail as Lagan could give him.
Yep.
As he's focused on shaping this stone.
And as Arya watches Lagan do this, and craft away, she'll let just a few tears run down her face.
There's also something very familiar about the way that he casts as well. It's very similar to you. Slightly different, but similar.
It's reassuring. Like an old friend.
When he's finished, he hands you the stone.
You now have a little statuette of Rune in your possession.
Arya will look at it, look at the fine details very closely. And she'll hug it close and get down onto the ground next to Lagan and lean into him. Thank you.
You're welcome. I wish I knew the man that you did. But as this was the only way I have them. This is all I can offer.
It means so much. And in all fairness, I wish I knew the man that you did to. And she will nuzzle into Lagan, wrapping her arms around him for a hug.
Lagan will put one arm gently around her and hold her tight. I am,
You're so big.
It probably feels a little awkward. His arm pretty much envelops you.
And she can't even, wrap her full extended arms around him.
If Arya is about the size of Kinwin, then yeah, that's very true.
Yeah.
She's trying. She's trying.
And, it's not all sunshine in our house. We have the opportunities that we take. And Lagan will tell you something he's only told 2 other people, one of whom is dead. And he will tell you his backstory. He will tell you his life story. And the only 2 people that know that are Shay, Rune. And how he came to be with the group that he's with. And that one of the only other people that he ever trusted with this was Rune.
It's like hearing the story for the first time and not at the same time. Like you know what's going to happen when he says the words. But when he says the words, it's like the first time you're hearing it. It's a very strange feeling, Arya. Very blended together.
Even though she knows all of this information somehow, intuitively, she's just going to remain quiet and listen. And continue leaning on Lagan.
When she looks up, she'll see a tear rolling down his cheek. as he reminds you, and as you're hearing for the first time in Rune's words, the nightmares of that night still haunt his dreams and his visions. The vision of the Raven Queen somehow connected to everything that's going on has marked him out. Aside from whatever the Wild Mother has planned. And that visage still scares the shit out of him.
Aria will gently wipe away a tear with her sleeve. She'll smile at Lagan gently. I cannot promise that those dreams will ever leave you. But may you never have to wake up alone again. You will never have to walk this path alone. That much I can assure.
Don't know why we found you in our search for what was left of him. But I'm glad we have.
Naria will sit together with Lagan, just watch the stream in the moonlight.
Which does leave Vanya with a somewhat perplexed looking but very silent Kurobe and Zephyr. What are you doing at this moment, Vanya?
She would have pulled out her guitar and just started playing. Going back to the songs that would keep her and Rune company at night.
That accompaniment kind of fills the whole of the camp. The sort of large bonfire now in the middle of the camp, sort of providing light to all of the clan members, as well as providing heat from the coming cold of the night, as well as kind of providing a center for everything, so that those who may have ventured off in their own little paths can find their way back. Night comes, and you all find yourself to sleep, wherever it is that you might sleep. And when morning arrives, a new day has dawned, and you are free to do what it is that you are going to do next. So, Lucky Sevens, what do you do?
Well, hard to say at this point. I'm still wearing very tattered robes.
You have actually been offered something to either cover up the tatters or to switch into that is appropriate for the clan, anyway.
Good. Okay. Cool. We got a slightly better outfit.
Yes.
For the moment.
It is basically, you're basically kind of dressed like Kinwin is, a little bit, probably in a more feminine fashion, where it's just a tunic, maybe pants, maybe a fur to keep out the cold, and nothing too extravagant. But you have clothing that kind of looks like the kinds of things that the rest of the clan wears.
Comfy.
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 If my understanding of the things is correct, Otha's group and with Kenwin would be traveling in similar directions for the time being.
They might travel northward to go towards Combe again, and then
They
travel from there to elsewhere. But
I believe they were headed towards the Red Hawk Keep to find a ship to take them towards the water peoples.
yes,
We would be probably heading in the same direction to find a ship to take us north.
based on the map, you know that going north, you would going by way of Red Hawk Keep would actually be longer. It's not a straight shot. Red Hawk Keep is on the western coast
Ah,
of the continent, and the
okay.
you're kind of going straight north if you were to if from where you currently are, going towards the Obsidian Peak in Ionia,
Okay.
and so you would probably want to catch a boat across the sea instead of through
Right.
the ocean on the other side
Right.
of on the other side of the other side of the continent.
Right. Okay. So for at least a little while, we would be able to travel in the same.
Yeah,
They would
Yeah.
probably head.
yeah, and so they would probably travel north with you towards. Actually, well, this side might actually be where they diverge, where they're going to go back through the Kinos Hills, because that's where they're familiar with, and go up to Red Hot Keep, and then you guys are going north back towards Combe, across the sea towards Ionia.
Yep.
So, let me actually double check my map because I did plot out ship routes through that too. Yeah, so going towards northwards, uh, towards Alderine will get you into the Emerald Bay, and then it kind of circles around the island and then back up to Ionia, where the Silverleaf, the city of Silverleaf, is in the country of Ionia.
Okay.
And they're kind of going back towards this the Adamantine Reef.
Right.
I would show the chat a map, but it's it's a big map.
Yes.
Yes, things do not take very long in some cases to get places, but yeah, kind of splitting off here at the at the the Twilight Grove sort of camp is where everyone's going to be splitting off. Because the tribe of water is somewhere out in the Misty Islands, going towards that direction. So, if one can find them, because they're hidden, they like to hide. So the chief tells you. And the tribe is mostly made up of people who enjoy the water anyway. So, yeah. So where are y'all headed? Northwards?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
We are headed most indefinitely to the fire druids.
Okay. Was there any stops that y'all wanted to make along the way? Because going north, you would run into Combe and a couple of cities between there and the city of Alderain, kind of going around the desert, kind of avoiding the desert itself. Um, you're finding a lot of grassland and things like that. So it's going to be quite a long time on the road itself. Somewhere close to a month.
We'll stop in Combe long enough to check in with people and continue on.
Yeah, so if you're going to make any stops, it would definitely take about a month.
Yeah.
Especially if you're traveling by foot, like walking.
Yeah, we would probably definitely stop back in Combe, check on strings,
Oh, yeah.
Compass,
Yeah.
let people know.
Okay.
I have no opinion. I have no concept of the layout of the land. Take me away.
Whisking off.
I can see them all just standing there trying to plot out their course, and Arya just says, and that's kind of what the plan is.
Just kind of whisking her away.
We'll introduce you to our friends in Combe, and then we'll go on from there.
Sounds fantastic.
Yep. So Arya,
Get a kick out of strings.
you takes about a week, maybe 10 days to get back to Combe from where you are. It's a pretty easily traveled road, especially if you exit the forest and then get on the road first, and make your way out that way. And then, back to Combe, you run into and meet Strings, you meet Karthus, you meet Jalissa, possibly. The update that you get by stopping in at Combe is that things have started to be a little strange compared to when you were here last. Because when you were here last, everything was kind of ruled by the iron fist of the lord of this land, and people seem a little less stressed, if that's a word to put on it. That temporarily, that Dragonborn that you knew has taken up a position of being the temporary lord, and as such has made subtle changes. People are aware that the former lord is no longer with them.
Okay.
Or at least they suspect as much, because when a lord gets sick, it's not for no reason. It's usually purposeful. And they don't seem terribly bothered by it.
That's good. Things are settling down for the better, then.
That he's disappeared or not in the picture anymore is not something they're terribly concerned about.
How much time did we extend to Strings for their studies at university?
They're good on the payment for tuition for the year, so.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure before we left.
Yeah. Strings is set. He's even making strides where some of the faculty in the university are impressed with his skills that he's learned on his own, that he might even qualify for scholarships at some point, if he can prove that he is as gifted as he makes himself out to be. Which you all have seen him in action, and
we know
are witness to the things that he's done, and this university is becoming slowly more and more aware of his skills as a bard, and so they're eager to teach him more and want to see him thrive there. He does still get a little bullied because he's a flightless, and most of the inhabitants of Kombe are Aarakocra in nature. So he does get picked on to the fact that he can't fly, but he's taken it in stride. The rest of the faculty seem to like him, at least according to him. He likes a lot of the faculty, and he's enjoying his time there.
Good. Yes. We would probably also introduce Arya to Belle,
To
String's mother.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And she's a sweetheart.
Place. Yes.
Her bar is still a bit jank as it was. But she seems to enjoy, catering to those that she's known all her life. She grew up in the slums, and so even if Strings were to find his way out of them, she would never leave.
Right.
So, she's definitely going to be sticking around the people that she's known forever. So,
she's a sweetheart. She tends to her flock.
Which Arya, just the sheer number of different kinds of people that you run into is overwhelming. You see people who are both beast and person. You see people who are kind of devilish in nature, in their look and appearance. You see some that are dragon in appearance. In some fashions, you see people of all kinds.
Literally, like at the most inappropriate times, she will just stop people in the streets to ask them about what are you? Cultural things, but she doesn't have any sort of cultural nuance to that.
Mm-hmm. She just straight up asks people about, what are you? I've never seen anything like you. And you all see that she is making a full-on ass of herself, but it's kind of funny. It's very cute. People are very accommodating.
Vanya just goes over and steers her away.
Some people are very accommodating. Some people are just put off by it. It's hit or miss.
While we're in Kombe, Lagan at least would check on Darius, so that he would be able to give his grandmother an update on his well-being.
Mm-hmm. He's still kind of on the mend, which is a bit strange, because the attack on him didn't seem like much initially, but over time it's kind of developed into something maybe a little chronic. He's thought about going back to the ship, but he's also worried that being on the ship he'll just be a burden, as you see that he kind of walks with a bit of a limp at this point. And it's a noticeable limp. Like, he has to walk with a cane at this point.
There are one or two other members that have some noticeable deformity or potential handicap that are still parts of the crew.
He's just worried that this is just going to exacerbate it. Make it worse, or make himself even that much bigger of a burden. The ships aren't exactly the most accommodating to those who can't climb the ladders and climb the very steep steps of a very sometimes small wooden ship. And the Anbani isn't exactly a freighter, it's a small cargo vessel at the best of times. He's also talks with you about traveling back to Mesomasca to uh, to go back to Old Port and possibly take up the orphanage that he came from, just as maybe a tribute to his sort of adopted granny, uh, and Granny Lorelei would probably be proud of him if he did that.
She'd have my ears if I let anything to you.
Well, she's not exactly living anymore, he says to you.
Yeah.
She'd have to do that beyond the grave.
No. As much as you've seen, you don't think she could, do you?
Well, she could snap her fingers and cause a lightning strike in a matter of seconds, but I don't think she's could reach us from beyond the grave.
I wouldn't put it past her. She's in good hands and good company there, and some of them might take a liking and help her out.
I don't know about that, but it's an idea to head back home.
If that's what you want, either way, I can.
I feel a little landlocked, if I'm honest.
I know the feeling. It don't move right. But either way, I can reach out and see if the Ambani can be of any service to you.
Well, I know they're coming by this way soon. Like, going along the north coast.
Mm-hmm. Huh? If you want to travel with us, that's where we're going.
I don't want to be a burden. I'll just slow you down. I'll get there myself.
You've never been a burden.
You've never had to walk with me with a limp.
I've carried you when I had to. It's not like it'd change anything.
I appreciate it. But I'll be fine on my own. We're going in opposite directions anyway.
Potentially, yeah. And Lagan would give him a big hug.
And he gives a big hug right back.
Take care of yourself.
I will. You take care of yourself too, alright?
I'm working on it. These people are going to be the death of me eventually. But if I survive this, leave word with Master Morgan or Captain Badger if you can. Let me know where you wind up. I'll try to pop in and...
I think our representatives from Phoenix Wonder Prizes are heading back in that direction anyway. I may hitch a ride with them.
Don't mention my name.
My lips are sealed.
Good boy.
You say that like I would besmirch your name.
No. I'm saying that as if you mention my name to those people, you're likely to be thrown overboard. And that's not the least of your troubles. So,
Well, here's hoping that doesn't happen. Because I'd hate to be cracking food. Sort of monstrosities you hear about on the seas, right?
they're not just tales.
Oh, I believe
Actually
every
seen
one
a
of them.
few.
I've never seen one, but I believe every goddamn one of them.
No. You remember those tentacle beasts that we ran into in the Scenic Canal? Those were just tales till we run into them. You know, some of those things...
Still not
exist.
entirely sure about that.
It ate the lady's brain.
Those were essentially jellyfish.
Yeah, but they're not supposed to eat people's brains.
No, they're monstrous jellyfish.
They're not supposed to be red either. But the things you've seen, you know some of those tales are true.
Yes, I am fully aware.
Alright.
Maybe the Wonder Prizes people can learn something from me. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. If you've still got the knack, you could teach them how to sneak. That's for sure.
Well, that's not left me.
Alright then.
You take care of yourself, alright?
Yeah, you too.
And he walks off, leaving you wherever it is that you met.
Wherever he was being healed.
Yeah.
It's the last place I knew to find him.
Yep. You met up with him and you kind of went to go to a bar or something to take a load off.
Probably Belle's place.
Probably.
Because she takes good care of us.
Yeah. Well, you're taking good care of her boy. She ought to take care of you.
Well, she calls us rich folk to buy the food that we...
Because essentially you are, compared to her.
We're trying to make her a rich folk, too.
Anyone else got something they want to do in Combe before leaving?
Vanya would likely just meet up with her brother, see what his plans were moving forward, see if he was heading back home or not.
Yep, you would get that's where you would get the information yourself as well, that the representatives himself and Mrs. LaVista and Shay and everybody were all going to be heading back towards the Grioran Empire to go home, and then that's where they're headed. So that they're going back to the capital. So
Yeah.
because he lives at the capital now.
Yeah, she'd probably tell him, like, just head home long enough to tell them I'm fine.
I will. I'll send letters.
You just don't want Mom to fawn over you.
Can you blame me? She dotes like I'm still 17. 150 at this point.
Yeah, I know. It wouldn't kill you. At some point, we're probably going to be heading out that way ourselves.
I'm an adult now. Even by elven standards.
So?
I wish she would just let up a little bit. She's a little overbearing when I go to visit her.
Yeah, that's kind of why I haven't been home yet.
Why aren't you sending letters?
I have been. Just figured it might be nice if she heard it from you.
Fine. You owe me one.
Don't I owe you one already anyway?
Yeah, so why aren't you going home and actually telling Bob that we're okay?
Because we're going up north to Iunia.
Interesting.
We got things we need to get done.
Well,
Still.
That's going to be interesting. A lot more of Giantkin out that way.
Yeah, it's a good thing we got one with us.
Well, hope you find what you're looking for.
I hope so too.
What are you looking for?
More druids.
Druids are
That's
whack
all.
jobs. Nature-worshipping whack jobs.
Tell that to Kinwin.
I'm afraid to say it to his face. He might actually, like, smack me with that staff or some shit.
Ah, he's too nice. You have more to fear from me than you do him.
And you frighten me sometimes.
Good. You frighten me too.
If we ever get into a sparring match again one time, I might just knock you out cold.
Gee, like you haven't done that already.
You kept getting back up, so...
I have people who heal me.
Well, how is that fair? I don't.
I didn't ask them to. It's not like I did enough damage to you to knock you out in the first place. I wasn't taking that fight too seriously.
I was in that moment, and I'm not sure why.
I don't know either. It bothers me.
I think it was... the metal guy. Something about him just didn't sit right with me.
He could never figure that out himself. Though he did figure that whatever you made a deal with, or your magic, might have had something to do with it.
I'm telling you, I didn't make any deal.
There's something about it that reminded him of something a long time ago, and he's put research into it. But obviously, it's probably going to be up to me to continue that.
Oh, yeah. He didn't make it, did he? Sorry, I didn't mean to bring that up.
No, it's fine. We met someone while we were down south. Someone who's just given me even more hope of maybe getting him back. Someone who she herself shouldn't really be here, from what we've heard.
I'm putting a
Should
lot of
introduce
faith
you,
into
you might
things that
wonder.
shouldn't be.
Dragons shouldn't be. And yet I've seen one.
We can't be sure of that.
100 years ago, remember?
Yeah, I remember.
I've met that dragon. And I've met that dragon since.
That's absurd.
We go into a ziggurat and find some monstrous thing that's lived down there since before it got covered by sand. We fought it. You can't tell me impossible things can't don't happen in this world.
I'm wondering if you've just gone crazy.
Maybe I did a long time ago. Remains to be seen.
I know what grief can do to a person, Vanya.
So do I.
Are you sure?
Do you remember how Al changed me?
We all changed because of her.
Yeah. I'm just looking for a way. And if there is none, I'm gonna drop it.
Just be careful, alright?
I intend on it.
I don't want anything happen to my little sister.
That's why I'm going to continue looking into whatever's going on with your magic. I don't want anything happening to my big brother.
I'll be fine.
I don't know, that whatever spell you used on me that last time, that hurt.
Huh. I can't remember what it was.
I don't know, I just hit you a little bit. Like I said, I wasn't taking it too seriously. I didn't want to hurt you. And that set something off, and it lashed out. It lashed out harsh.
Huh. Like I said, I volunteered and it's experimental.
We'll figure it out at some point.
Yeah. Take care of yourself, alright?
You too. And she's going to go meet up with the rest of the party.
Alright. Kinwin, was there anything you wanted to do specifically in Calm Bay before you head out?
No.
No? Okay. Then I think the party will then venture north towards the north coast. And I think that's about where we're going to call the session for today. On making your way towards the city of Alderine, in order to set sail across the Emerald Sea towards Ionia. We'll pick up there next time. Thank you guys so much for playing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I like to DM this story. Hope you guys in the audience have been enjoying as well. Wanted to say a quick shout out to those who have rated and followed and all of that sort of stuff tonight. That means so much. So much. You guys are absolutely wonderful. So, I do things very differently when it comes to experience because D&D experience points are arbitrary and I'm God anyway. So, first of all, everyone who showed up to the table does get their 5 experience for arriving. So, congratulations.
Yay.
There was a lot of roleplay to be had today, so there wasn't a whole lot of things that you had to overcome today. So I think just based on the roleplay prompts that each of you is going to get 2 additional experience, a total of 7. And then we have experience points that we do specifically for roleplay prompts because I do things very similarly to the way I do vampire as well. And so in that sense, we also have the audience favorite vote, in which case you, the audience, have a say in how quickly our characters progress to the next level. And so, in that regard, much like we do in Vampire, who moved our plot the furthest as far as the roleplay prompts you had today?
I showed up.
Yep.
Kind of couldn't have a session without you, really.
Yeah.
Well, we have 2 votes for Arya. I'm not sure if Spectre was being actually serious, but...
I was being serious, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Arya.
Arya. Okay, that's 3 votes for Arya. Well, that's majority anyway. So, Arya, you get our plot mover today. Congratulations on waking up.
Ye-
You have, you have done some things to encourage the party to do other things.
The shit starting begins.
It does.
Yep.
It does. Who had our best scene from tonight, though?
Best scene, I'm going to throw to Kinwin by the evil machinations of the rest of the party.
It's a vote for
Yeah.
Kinwin.
2 votes can win.
What say you, Kinwin? How are you voting in this way?
Me too.
Okay, 3 votes for Kinwin then. That's majority. Best line.
Best line I have to give
to Lagon and Mojo for the I don't think he could have picked up a woman unless he did get an arranged marriage comment. Because that was such a sick fucking burn.
We tease Kinwin so much.
Oh, God. I felt that one so hard.
The if it wasn't an arranged marriage line.
Yeah, if it wasn't for that one, I would have said Vanya with her. He makes Rune look like a natural.
That one's pretty harsh, too.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Mind you, she says it with all the love in the world. But just...
We do adore Kinwin. He is great. And we adore Woden for playing Kinwin. So
yeah, I'll vote Lagan on that one.
Okay. What you think, Woden?
I'll go with Lagan too.
Okay. Now we're just waiting on the audience favorite. So best line goes to Lagan. Audience favorite. Let's see how that's progressing. It's almost close, so definitely get your votes in, everybody, before the poll closes. Right now, Arya's in the lead with 3 votes, but that could change. We've still got probably about a minute or 2 left on the poll, so definitely could change at any moment. So, welcome, Arya, to the Lucky Sevens. They have basically whisked you away out of the forest. Everything's changed around you, and there's so many different kinds of people.
Oh, God. Associated meme just ran in my head. Miss Keisha! Miss Keisha! Oh, my fucking God, she fucking dead.
I love it. Oh, Vanya stole it out of nowhere.
Damn.
Well earned, Vanya.
Well earned. Well, audience favorite goes to Vanya. Arya was close second. And so there we have it. You have your experience for the session for tonight. So thank you all so much for playing. How did you enjoy this more roleplay heavy, travel heavy sort of play today?
I said it in our chat, but the entire party's already full of gremlins, and Arya's just feeding into it.
Oh, really? Really, though? Rune was a bit of a stable head on everyone's shoulders.
Yeah,
Arya's tempting people with, do it. Do it.
Yeah, yep. She and Vanya just sitting there scheming to send Kinlan on a date with his wife. Lagan's just joining in for the hell of it.
Arya is chaotic good.
Oh, what were you saying, Kinlan?
That fits, because, what was that one?
What were you saying?
Definitely enjoying Spectre's role playing.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Spectre's great. We love Spectre.
Yeah, that fits in because Vanya is chaotic neutral.
Mm-hmm.
So
the slightly chaotic women.
We got a hint of that toward the start of the game where she quite literally jumped out of a tree.
A little bit impulsive on both of them, but it's fine.
Yeah. I think being around Rune kind of calmed her down a little bit, and now she's got Arya that's just going to...
Oh, the gremlin energy is going to go skyrocketing.
Oh, yeah. she's very, as much as she misses Rune, she's going to be very happy she's not the only woman in the group anymore.
Holy shit!
After Shay left, she was the only woman in the group.
Shit, you're right.
But she's just... It's whatever. They're my boys.
To
Whatever.
be fair, until now, Kinwin was the short stack out of the group.
Yeah.
So how tall is Arya?
I think she's only like 5'5".
Which is about where Kinwin is, yeah.
Yeah.
Kinwin's what, 5 foot, 5'6", 5'7", something like that.
I can't remember what I gave him.
I know he's about average height when it comes to, or slightly below average when it comes to like a human size. Vanya's on the tall side of elves, and Lagan is just Lagan. Lagan is Goliath. So
How's the weather?
Like I said, I'm looking at the picture of it right now, where I have put Lagon and Kinwin next to each other, and Kinwin is at Lagon's elbows. So I imagine Arya is about that same height. So I need to draw her proportionally to Kinwin. Technically, she might be the shortest.
I think she is now.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Whoops. Went from going as tall as Vanya to as tall as Kinwin. Vanya's tall woman.
Yep. Hello. And the heels don't help.
No. Yeah, she wears heeled boots
Yep.
to make herself even taller.
And who drew her like that? Sir?
Because I draw all ladies with heeled boots.
Yep.
Even if they're small.
Good.
Why not?
While they were in Kombe, as a point of order, Arya would have gotten a good blue dress as posted in the chat.
Yeah. Fair enough. Good clothing. Yes. It's high quality, and it is very durable.
Wonderful.
Didn't want to focus on it, but Lagon would have found Jalissa if he could.
Oh, yeah. You can have a rendezvous with Jalissa. That's perfectly fine. She would be up for it.
Yes. Like
Small
I said, didn't
dwarf
wanna
woman,
focus on
Goliath
that.
man.
Oh God. This is gonna get wild.
Yes.
Arya has this formal background of having to be very ladylike in order to achieve a state of courtier status, high courtesan or high escort status, way back when amongst the dragon kind, and now she is among everyone else. And in comes the issue of she's not ladylike at all.
She's very much allowed to let her hair free at this point. And it's maybe a little overwhelming.
Maybe a little overwhelming. Maybe sometimes she still plays plays on the mask of being a lady. But then
her true nature comes out.
Her true nature is she could probably outdrink a lot of people. And she wants to.
Oh boy, another drinking contest.
Yep. That's something that we can do. We can do next session, as I do want to see if there's something that
I can see it. They're just in Kombe, and she's like, Lagon, open up a tab. I challenge you. Winner pays.
We better go to Bell's then.
Yep. Yep. I'm sure Kurobe is going to want to stop in for something. I don't know if he wants to turn it into a whole scene or not, but we'll pick up after next time with Kurobe visiting in Kombe and then traveling northward around the desert so that you all can get on a ship and head up to a northern hemisphere continent. Because you're in the southern hemisphere now. It will be opposite seasons.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Where it is, I think I've described
Winter?
it as like spring right now. In Argyll, I think.
Yeah. Yeah.
It will be fall. Yeah, it'll be probably towards the tail end of fall, getting into winter by the time you get to somewhere in Ionia. So.
Oh God, don't give me ideas to draw everyone's I don't draw enough in the first place, but if I wanted to, I'd draw everyone in their different here's their summer outfit, here's their winter outfit kind of vibe.
Yep, because you're going to the mountains in the dead of winter, so.
Fun.
Oh God.
Yep, because it's going to be about a month after that, probably a little bit more, to get to the Obsidian Peak.
Yep.
So we have a couple months worth of travel to do, which You can stop in anywhere and do anything.
Yep.
On your way there. So that means I've got a couple of months worth of content for you guys as far as in-character shit goes. And so I need to get on that.
Yes, you do. You've also got a couple art pieces to finish for me, too.
Yes, I do. I know. I've got another one, too. Yes.
What is this? Nani?
Some commissions I haven't finished yet.
Yeah, Specs, one of them is a specific kind of payback / fuck you to both you and Coffee.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I make him draw that.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
You'll see.
Question marks, exclamation points.
No, what's even worse is he decided to one-up me on it. With how he's doing it.
You'll see.
I have so many questions.
You'll see. I will send it to you when it's done.
Yes.
I hope so.
Send them both.
Okay.
Because the other one's kind of cute.
Yes. But, that being said, we are finished here at Coffee Cat Presents. We are going to find a lovely individual to raid, and then we will be back next week for more Blood and Iron on Wednesday and more Rebirth on Thursday. So, say goodnight, everybody.
Good night.
Night.
Until we meet again.